up, everyone? We are here on Abrams Physical. What's up, everyone? We are here at Abrams Physical Fitness Center on Fort Hood for the fourth fight night in Fort Hood's history. The best of Fort Hood versus the best of Fort Bliss. Some incredible fighters squaring off in the ring tonight. It'll be an incredible night. You can watch it on the CW or streaming on DVIDS on our app and online. Expect some fireworks here tonight on Fort Hood. We will bring it to you live starting at 6:30.
These guys.
Perfect. That worked. Thank you, Lord.
You want to try it again, or is that good?
If you want to run it back,
I appreciate it. Thank you. Here, one more time. 3, 2, 1. What's up, everyone? We are here for the fourth fight night on Fort Hood. The best of Fort Bliss versus the best of Fort Hood will square off in the ring tonight starting at 6:30. You can stream it on our KWTX app, or you can watch it live on the CW. We will have some fireworks here for you tonight, so tune in. And again, it starts at 6:30.
Sweet.
Hey, that one was better.
Yeah. Take your one.
Thanks.
Sounds good. Okay, cool. Well, let's transfer to the mic then. Call back in if I need to. So you said RS2? Okay, thanks. Three, 2, 1. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are here at the 8. Perfect. Thanks. All right. Second Lieutenant Juarez versus Specialist Haynes. The Queen, Arkansas versus Blanchard, Oklahoma. Had to come all the way to Texas to fight. Favorite movie, Hacksaw Ridge. Favorite food, steak and mashed potatoes. Did we have their weight and class on there last time? Okay. See if I can keep this from bouncing all around, but I don't know if I'll be able to. Okay. It's the fourth fight, Fort Hood Fight Night. This one is special. Normally we have seen fighters just from Fort Hood square off with one another, but this time we'll have two installations battling it out for bragging rights and championship belts. Fort Hood and Fort Bliss will meet up in the ring tonight for this showdown. 8 fights throughout the night, 2 heavyweight main event fights to end out the night. And this will be a lot of fun. These fighters take this night seriously. Many of them have been training for weeks, if not months, trying to get in shape for this. And we should see some great bouts here tonight. Of course, many of these fighters don't have professional fighting experience. Many of them are doing it for the love of the game. But we do have some fighters here with golden and silver glove experience, so I expect some fireworks here tonight. It all kicks off at 6:30 at the Abrams Fitness Center on Fort Hood. Tune in to the CW or stream us on the KWTX app.
Table back
Yep.
a little bit. You want to grab that side just real gently. Just because he didn't want it bouncing when they jump in the ring.
Yeah, I think we're good after that. Thank you. Oh, don't need that. Okay. Everything's connected still. We're still good. Okay, getting a little weirdness from the camera because I touched it. don't do this to me. Are y'all getting any glitching on this camera, or is this just the monitor because I moved it, or because we moved it? Don't need that.
I don't know if the answered you, but there's a little bit of a glitch in that. It's just
Was that here before we moved the table?
yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought it's like we moved this, and I was like, I just messed everything up.
It's just that camera. We need a new one.
Okay.
Yep. Woo! Hey, yep.
Oh yeah. No, nobody's complaining yet. I mean, this isn't. I was just worried that it was gonna. Might be helpful if I get my tobacco out of my pocket. Doesn't matter. Probably still have like 10 minutes to my hit. Yeah, you got me? Awesome. Fourth foot hook. This one is special. Normally I've seen fighters. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Oh, you're not talking to me. Tyler, where am I? Oh, Yeah, Gordon, this is the fourth Fort Hood fight night here at the Abrams Physical Fitness Center on Fort Hood. And normally we have the best of Fort Hood squaring off against each other. But tonight we have two installations squaring off for bragging rights and championship belts. Fort Hood and Fort Bliss will meet up tonight in the ring tonight for this showdown. 8 fights throughout the night. 2 heavyweight main event fights to end out the night. And this will be a lot of fun. These fighters take these nights very seriously. Many of them have been training for weeks, if not months, and trying to get in shape for this, and we should see some great bouts here tonight. Of course, many of these fighters don't have professional fights under their belt. In fact, some of them do it just for the love of the game. But in talking to some of the fighters last night, we also have some silver gloves and some golden glove participants, and some fighters that have been fighting since they were 7 years old, other fighters that picked it up just a couple of years ago. And also we have anywhere from 19-year-olds to 39-year-olds getting into the ring tonight. Of course, you can watch all of this on the CW live at 6:30 or streaming on our KWTX app. I'm sure there will be some fireworks in the ring here tonight on Fort Hood. Reporting live in Fort Hood, Roy Nogaltree, KWTX, News 10. Thanks. Hey, can you start a quick recording? Just make sure we got audio and stuff. Oh, you got it? Okay. Okay. So when I just look down at my phone and start reading, you can probably cover that with the VO. All right. No, it's exactly what I needed. I hate actually just doing it straight off the dome, but I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, bye. All right, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, battling out for bragging rights and championship belts. All right, 3, 2, 1. It's the fourth Fort Hood fight night here at the Abrams Physical Fitness Center on Fort Hood, and normally we have the best of Fort Hood squaring off in the ring, but tonight we have 2 installations duking it out. 3, 2, 1. It's the fourth Fort Hood fight night here at the Abrams Physical Fitness Center on Fort Hood, and normally we have the best of Fort Hood stepping into the ring to battle it out, but tonight we have 2 installations duking it out in the ring for bragging rights and championship belts. 3, 2, 1. Fort Hood and Fort Bliss will meet up in the ring tonight for this showdown. 8 fights throughout the night, 2 heavyweight main event fights to end out the night, and this will be a lot of fun. These fighters take these nights very seriously. 3, 2, 1. Fort Hood and Fort Bliss will meet up in the ring tonight for this showdown. 8 fights throughout the night, 2 heavyweight main event fights to end out the night, and this will be a lot of fun. These fighters take this night very seriously. Many of them have been training for weeks, if not months, trying to get in shape for this, and we should see some great bouts here tonight. 3, 2, 1. Of course, many of these fighters don't have sanctioned fight experience. Some of them just stepped into the ring maybe as soon as a few months ago. But again, they have been training very hard, and we do have some silver glove and some golden glove experience stepping into the ring tonight. We have fighters as young as 19 years old. We have fighters as old as 39 years old squaring off tonight. I expect some fireworks here at the Abrams Physical Fitness. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Of course, many of these fighters don't have 3, 2, 1. Of course, many of these fighters don't have sanctioned fights under their belts, but we do have some silver glove and golden glove participants here tonight stepping into the ring. We have fighters as young as 19 years old and as old as 39 years old stepping into the ring tonight to prove their mettle here at the Abrams Physical Fitness Center on Fort Hood. I expect some fireworks here tonight on Fort Hood. You can tune in at 6:30 on the CW or on the KWTX app.
I wrapped it up. I think I had to start over a couple times, but I count myself in every time that I push reps. All right. Thank you. Sorry about that.
What's up? It didn't record. Oh, okay. Well, I'll do it again. All right. Bye. Are we rolling now? Okay, got it. All right. Thanks. Bye. All right, 3, 2, 1. It's the fourth fight night here from 3, 2, 1. It's the fourth fight night here from the Abrams Physical Fitness Center on Fort Hood, and normally we see the best of Fort Hood squaring off in the ring, but tonight we'll get the 3, 2, 1. It's the fourth Fort Hood fight night here at the Abrams Physical Fitness Center on Fort Hood, and normally we see the best of Fort Hood square off in the ring, but tonight we get the best of two installations, Fort Hood and Fort Bliss fighting for bragging rights and championship belts. 3, 2, 1. Like I mentioned, Fort Hood and Fort Bliss will meet up in the ring tonight for this showdown. 8 fights throughout the night, 2 heavyweight main event fights to end out the night, and this will be a lot of fun. These fighters take this night very seriously. Many of them have been training for weeks, if not months, trying to get in shape for this, and we should see some great bouts here tonight at the Abrams Physical Fitness Center. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Of course, many of these fighters don't have sanctioned bouts. 3, 2, 1. Of course, many of these fighters don't have sanctioned fights under their belt. Some fighters started training just 8 weeks ago for this. Some trained fighter 3, 2, 1. Of course, many of these fighters don't have sanctioned fights under their belt, but some fighters we have silver and golden glove experience in the ring tonight. So, 3, 2, 1. Of course, some of these 3, 2, 1. Of course, many of these fighters don't have sanctioned fighting experience in the ring, but we do have silver and golden glove participants hopping in the ring tonight. We have fighters as young as 19 and fighters as old as 39 stepping into the ring to prove their mettle here at the Abrams Physical Fitness Center. We should see some fireworks here on Fort Hood. You will watch it live. 3, 2, 1. Goodness gracious. 3, 2, 1. Of course, many of these fighters don't have sanctioned fight experience under their belt, but we do have some fighters with silver glove and golden glove experience. We have fighters as young as 19 and fighters as old as 39 trying to step into the ring and prove their mettle here in front of a sold-out crowd. I expect some fireworks here tonight on Fort Hood. You can watch it all live on the CW at 6:30 or on the KWTX app. On Fort Hood, Roy Ogletree, KWTX, News 10. That should do it. Thanks. Right. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, goodness.
Took way longer than expected. We got it done. Yeah, she didn't record the first one, so I had to start it. Light night on Fort Hood.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, oh.
Man, it's funny. I just put this on. Yep, I can hear you good. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. All right, good money, good money. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right.
You hear me okay? No, Darius. Can
Yeah,
you,
we can
all
hear you
right.
good. Yep.
All right. I can hear myself in the headphones, but I know something to hear.
We got plenty of time.
All right. Is it uncouth to drink a cold beer before this starts? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. How many weeks do you take to for a camp?
Ooh, it usually depends. Typically, we're doing about like 8 weeks. 8 weeks is pretty standard, but sometimes, man, you just got to be ready because opportunity to come up and you got like 6 week notice, 4 week notice. I'm trying to think, what's the shortest period that I've done? So it's a little bit different for me since I'm signed with a promoter.
Yeah.
So typically, like I'm on their schedule. They're more in favor of me rather than like my opponents. Sometimes they may get like a later notice because they're trying to find opponents. Like I don't know first. Like okay, we're planning on putting you on this date. So I have in my mind, okay, this date is when I'm supposed to be fighting.
Yeah.
And then during that process, then they'll try to start finding me opponents. They'll put the budgets together, how much they're offering them, trying to put the event. And so, longest I think when I headlined, I think maybe I had about 8 weeks for sure. Maybe I had 10. May 30th.
Is 10 almost too long, or do you like?
Man, I feel like 10. Well, honestly, like I always try to just stay ready though. So I always try to stay in camp mode. The only thing, once I know about a date, the only thing that changes then is just the intensity, my sparring schedule, how often I'm sparring, the rounds, the amount that I'm doing, the road work, the diet. Really just the sparring and diet is the main thing that changes though.
Yeah.
Like then I kind of tighten that up where now I'm starting my process of cutting weight. And I remember one fight I remember I had a long camp for that one, and I felt like I was on my diet for way too long. I was like, golly, I timed it all bad where I was like way under, you know, and I started to feel weak and drained. And so it's one of those things you start kind of learning how this process really works though. But
too much chicken and rice.
Man, now okay, I'll tell you one thing about me though. Like on a diet, I can't do chicken and rice.
Oh, you can't do it?
Like I know I do it, but like some people when they're cutting weight, they're eating chicken, rice, and broccoli every day.
Ugh.
That's too boring for me. So I found ways on being able to still eat foods I like. I'm still eating quesadillas, Chipotle bowls, I'm still eating steak and potatoes.
Yeah.
I'm still eating tacos. I'm still eating burgers. I'm still eating pasta. I'm still eating whatever. I mean, you name it. But
well, I think that it used to be that like it was like you have to eat chicken and rice because people were like, oh, that's what works. And now it's like everybody on TikTok or Instagram's like, here's how you get your macros in like in 3 quesadillas.
Hey, listen, shout out to TikTok because TikTok put me on game with a lot of stuff. Hey, it really showed me how, oh man, I don't gotta eat chicken, rice, and broccoli every day. That's one thing. When I'm cutting weight, I will not meal prep. I actually don't meal prep. Actually, whenever I need to eat, I cook.
Yeah.
And luckily for me, I'm fortunate I have the time to do that. You know, I know it can be hard with somebody having a job and other responsibilities, but yeah, I don't meal prep because I'm not finna make the same meal. Yeah, I'm not and stretch it out for the entire week. No.
Yeah, my wife hates that. I'm like, I kind of want something different every day, and she's just like, no, we made this thing.
Yeah, we got this, and we're gonna eat this all the way through.
Yeah.
I'm tired of this.
Oh man, I don't know what to expect from tonight, man. I'm like, I kind of think that the Fort Hood people are gonna run away with it, but I'm also like, I mean, some of those dudes we talked to yesterday, like, man, I've never fought. You're like, what?
Yeah, it's their first time fighting.
Fort Hood. Are you ready? Fort Hood. Are you ready? How's everybody doing? Man, I heard more energy from a platoon here at PT. A platoon! How's everybody doing? Here we go. Let's get this thing started. All right, need you all to please stand, if able, and remove your headgear for the indication and given by Reverend Mark Halliburton, and remain standing for the national anthem performed by PFC's Emma Newman from the 1st Cavalry Division Band. Now, he came out, we heard a lot of applause and everybody, that was fake, it was weak. Now, let me tell you something. We're wanting to introduce into this ring, into this building, the creator of everything. Y'all didn't hear me. I said the creator of everything. And so now I need you, we're talking about the creator, the person, the creator that made darkness reign, the creator that split a sea in half, the creator that, come on, a creator that stood in the fire and didn't get burned. A creator that closed the mouth of the lion. Y'all know who I'm talking about. And so now that you know who I'm talking about, the Savior that was born in Bethlehem, the Savior that was reared in Nazareth, the Savior that walked on water, the Savior that healed the sick, that made, come on. We need to bring that Savior into this place right now. So right now, come on. So while we're here, let's take it to him. Father God, we thank you. Thank you, Father God, for being here with us. Father God, we ask you to touch the gloves of every fighter that entered this ring, Father God, that the blows that they send and the absorption of the receiver, Father God, be absorbed in your name, under grace and in mercy. Father God, give the wisdom and the precision to the doctors that they may provide and protect for those who may fall. But if they fall, Father God, we know that you are Jehovah Jireh, the God who heals, Father. And we know because of you, and on that Sunday when you rose from the grave with all power in your hand, that you can heal and will continue to heal. And we say this together in the mighty, magnificent, greatest name ever sang, Jesus Christ, and now say,
oh, say, can you see what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Hey, let's give that group another hand, a round of applause, please. That was awesome. That was awesome. All right, hey, so I want to talk to you all for a little bit. I'm your Garrison Command Sergeant Major Lloyd Rhodes. Yes, I am your Garrison. All right. Hey, on behalf of the Commanding General, Lieutenant General Admiral, and his Sergeant Major, Command Sergeant Major McDwyer, we thank you all for coming out. All right. This dream started with one soldier standing up in Warrior Way and asking the CG, do we have any boxing? Think about that. Think about that. It took one soldier's voice. He had the courage to stand up and ask that question. And look at us now. Look at us now. We are in our 4th iteration, and guess what? Everybody's trying to be like us. If you look around, everybody's starting their little communities at their installations. And I'll tell you this right now, I'm already planting the seeds for 18th Airborne Corps. I want them to come to 3 Corps. All right, we'll show them what we got. So, hey, I want to personally thank you all. All right, a great community for the great place, and we always talk about what the great place is, right? It's like, hey, great place, but no one really like counts. So what's the meaning of the great place? And I always talk about this in the newcomer's brief. The great place is more than what Fort Hood is. It's the communities that surround Fort Hood makes this place the great place. And we cannot do it without you, the people, that continue to push each other to be great and do the right thing. So thank you all. I appreciate y'all. Hey, I hope you enjoyed the show tonight. And I hope there's going to be some fireworks. I'm going to tell you this right now. There's some matches. There's some matches tonight. There are some matches tonight. Let's hear it. There are some matches tonight. These guys have been training. These guys have been training hard. They are ready to perform in front of you all, and they're going to give it all they got. It takes courage for them to get up here underneath the lights and fight in front of so many people. All right, 16 fighters tonight, 8 fights. Think about it, 16 between Fort Hood and Fort Bliss. 16. We have 36,000 soldiers on this installation. But guess what? Where's Sergeant Major Sweeney at? Welcome to the great place. All right, so we got a little time here. They're getting warmed up. They're doing the final conditions check and everything is like that. Now we'll go hot here in about 7 minutes.
how to get it. I knew how to get it. Hey, I was going to say it's not better at Bliss, but I didn't want to do that. Come on. Is that good?
Welcome into the Abrams Physical Fitness Center on Fort Hood for the 4th Fight Night on Post. Tonight we have a special one for you as the best of the 3rd Armor Corps, Fort Hood versus Fort Bliss, go up against each other. These fighters have traveled all the way from Fort Bliss, from El Paso, and alongside the Golden Gloves winner and Olympic qualifier Darius Fulgham, I'm Roy Nogaltree. Let's go into the ring for the announcements. There he is, we're coming in hot. 2nd Lieutenant Diego Juarez.
Yeah,
Fort Hood.
This gonna set the tone for the night right here. It's so important, the first fight, how much pressure, anxiety is built into this moment. They're the ones that set the tone. Energy in here is amazing tonight. Look how packed this place is.
It is packed here at the Abrams Physical Fitness Center on Fort Hood. Thank you so much for joining us on the CW, DVIDS, and the KWTX app. Diego Juarez, 2nd Lieutenant Diego Juarez from Fort Hood, fighting out of the blue corner, weighing in at 216 pounds for this super heavyweight fight. Super heavyweight to start us off, man. What do you think?
I love when we get some heavy hitters starting setting the tone for the night. And look, this is the thing I can appreciate. I'm very, very analytical, and I always watch the energy somebody has when they walk into the ring. Their body language is so important. I'm keen on looking at that.
All right, fighting with the red team, fighting out of Fort Bliss, Texas.
There we go. There we go. There we go. This is what we expected. This is what we expected right here. Very, very hostile crowd. Just gotta wonder, how does one mentally prepare for something like this?
Here is the introduction for David Haynes. You see 2nd Lieutenant Juarez on your screen there, but it is David Haynes from Blanchard, Oklahoma. Arkansas versus Oklahoma coming in here to fight here tonight all the way. They had to travel all the way to Texas to fight each other. So David Haynes, 35, one of the youngest fighters versus one of the oldest fighters that we have here tonight. Diego Juarez, 22. David Haynes, 35 years old, stepping into the ring tonight, weighing in at 208.4 pounds out of Fort Bliss. Of course, Juarez will have the weight advantage on him. And you look at both these guys are built. Both these guys look like they can throw some heavy punches.
Yeah, they are. You got an older guy. It's a little bit of youth.
All right, once again, fighting out
tonight.
the blue corner, 2nd Lieutenant Diego, knock him dead, Juarez. Then fighting out the red corner, Specialist David Grey Wolf Hayes.
You know, the boos are coming in aplenty here early on for the Fort Bliss Soldiers. David Haynes, when he told us, maybe I'll get some cheers because I've heard that there's a unit here called the Grey Wolves. I don't think that actually happened.
Not in the slightest.
Fort Hood Fight Night from the Abrams Physical Fitness Center on Fort Hood. Here we go, round one.
First round.
Wow, some big shots landing early from Juarez.
This is what we already expected. We got big heavy hitters in there and they're throwing some bombs.
David Haynes is responding. Nice right cross from Juarez. Juarez landing some straight jabs there. And these two are throwing early on.
Hey, taking some and giving some. That's what we expected. This is going to be a battle of the wills tonight.
Said these short rounds, these fighters will come out throwing as we have a nice right hand, a couple right hands from Juarez. Great flurry of punches.
Look, we got a Southpaw Orthodox matchup right now. We got Juarez coming to the Southpaw, and he's landing a lot of heavy combinations.
Haynes, of course, the more inexperienced fighter. Juarez has been fighting for a few years now.
This is what we got to see. The most important thing right now is the feet. I want to see Haynes a little bit using his feet a little bit more to get away and evade these shots. Right now, his feet looks a little heavy and planted. I think he's trying to land some heavy bombs.
Some straight jabs from Haynes, trying to work him into the ropes.
And Haynes got him in a great position, got him in the corner. We got to take advantage of that.
Juarez still going up top and landing a few of these punches, some heavy blows like you keep saying. Both these fighters came out swinging, but now trying to fill each other out. Maybe the adrenaline wore off just a little bit.
They're starting to settle into the round. This is where tactics play a big part. In these dead moments, you got to be able to jab. You got to set the tone. In these off moments, to try to establish something and slowly edge away the round.
Juarez moving his head well here, but Haynes standing in. Big left hand for Juarez. Has him into the ropes. As you hear the crowd cheering for the hometown favorite. And that will do it for the first round of Fort Hood Fight Night.
All right, so what'd y'all think? What'd y'all think? That's just the beginning. That's just the beginning what y'all gonna see tonight. That was just that little sneak preview. That was just a little sneaky. All right, here we go for fight number 2. And fighting from the blue team, fighting out of Fort Hood, Texas, Sergeant Cameron Rose. All right, fighting with the red team, fighting out of Fort Bliss, Texas, Private First Class Andreas Garcia.
All right, welcome back into Fort Hood Fight Night, the second fight of the night, cruiserweight, between Sergeant Cameron Gross of Fort Hood and Private First Class Andreas Garcia. And Darius, what do you make of this fight? 185 versus 182.
We got a couple more big guys in here. Got an interesting story, man. We got somebody that has a little bit more experience than another. And I think it's going to be a conflicting styles. I'm curious to see how they come out and approach this first round. And that's going to tell the tale for how the rest of this fight goes.
Yeah, Andreas Garcia, he says he started boxing at 16 years old, but you know, he's been really fighting since he was he's been really fighting only for about 2 years. We asked him, why'd you start boxing? He said, because I wasn't doing anything at work. So Cameron Gross, he started boxing at 23 at Fort Campbell.
Check the equipment. That's the ref's job.
He's been boxing for 4 years, but this might be his first competition fight.
I'm curious, man, because he said he's orthodox, but he can switch southpaw, so that's why I'm curious how this fight's going to look.
You tell me you never made a mistake? All right, fighting out of the blue corner, once again, Sergeant Cameron Machine Gross.
I don't know if this is translating to your
They're fighting out of the red corner, Private First Class.
This crowd is impressive. Another sold-out fight night. I think there are more people here tonight than there was for our fight in December that we were at here.
Absolutely.
Of course, summer, kids out of school.
Yep.
So we get ready for the cruiserweight bout here at Fort Hood.
And look, we got Fort Hood versus Fort Bliss.
Cameron Gross in the blue trunks, Andreas Garcia in the red trunks.
Cameron Gross came out orthodox. I'm curious to see if he'll switch southpaw.
We throw a fury of punches. I said red trunks, I mean black trunks, fighting out of the red corner.
So I want to see Cameron really establish his jab, really from both fighters.
Both fighters try to fill each other out maybe a little bit more than our last fighters in the first round. There's Garcia coming in with the overhand right. Rose trying to go low, trying to work the body with the left jab.
And that's one of my favorite punches. It sets up so much, but we got to start building off of it. Still early, but we got to end up building off of that. Andres is actually doing really good this round.
Garcia kind of fighting at a distance. Tried to go low there. Gross flurry of punches lands up top.
That was a great punch. It appeared to startle him just a little bit. Right now, Andres, you got to take advantage of moments like this, and you got to pick it up.
Shot lands home to the body. Really trying to fill each other out here. They tie each other up in the clinch. Animation lands to the body, tries to go with the overhand right. This Gross.
Yeah, I appreciate Gross's body shots, but he has to be careful on his exit.
Oh, big right hand from Garcia.
Garcia's doing some really steady work.
Massive combination.
Wow.
Garcia went low, hit the body, came over top with the overhand right, really landed on Gross. And that will be the first round for our cruiserweight bout.
Anthony Garcia here as he's making his rounds around the ring. All right, here we go. Fight number 3.
He gave me a thumbs up. He said we're good.
All right, here we go. And fighting with the blue team, fighting out of Fort Hood, Texas, Specialist Chester Plummer!
Welcome back into Fort Hood Fight Night, the third fight of the night, the middleweight fight between Specialist Chester Plummer and Lester Sagasumi, as we hear the introduction for Fort Hood's Chester Plummer.
Such a good feeling coming into a crowd like this. Energy is great. Look, he's feeling himself. He's feeling himself.
He is feeling himself. Chester Plummer is an interesting story. Said he got into fighting because he was bullied in middle school. Of course, if you watched our last broadcast, you may have heard this before. But said fighting got him maybe into a little bit of trouble, but he fought his way out of it.
Yeah, fought his way out of it for sure. He's a great fighter, man. I think we're going to see a great performance by Chester Plummer tonight.
Said his uncle taught him how to fight. Started boxing at 16 years old. Coming in, like I said, at 157.7 pounds. We'll definitely have the experience tonight in the ring against Lester Sagasumi.
For sure. So he had about 20 fights. But he said he has more of a pro style. Curious how that could play a part in this contest when we got 3 2-minute rounds.
Fighting out of Fort Hood, Texas, permanent first class, Lester Sagasumi.
It's our first fight. We've got Fort Hood versus Fort Hood.
That just was the nature of things, considering that Fort Bliss didn't have exactly the right number, I think, of fighters to match up in the weight classes tonight. But Lester Sagasumi coming in. He's been fighting for about 6 years, a lot of them coming in Honduras as we wait for Sagasumi to come out.
The interesting thing about this fight is these guys said they had experience before against one another. They got to spar one time, and we'll see what they've learned from that experience.
Well, the experience was, and I don't want to call him out, but Sagasumi admitted and showed us a picture of such that Lester might have broken his nose in a sparring match. Sorry, Chester may have broken Lester's nose. That's going to be the best hype man of the night. Lester coming in from Honduras. He's been in the United States since 2024, joining Fort Hood, joining the Army back then in October of this past year. 13 fights. He says he's 9-2-2. Of course, this is his first fight night. And this will be interesting to see. Like you said, they have sparred before. showed us a picture of his bloody shirt. So we'll see if Lester can maybe get his get back here in the ring tonight.
This is his opportunity when it matters the most. What happens in sparring matters none. It matters when you do it in front of this great crowd.
Private first class, Lester Saugus-Stupid.
Middleweight fight about to get underway here at Fort Hood Fight Night, the third fight of the night. We have seen, Darius, some the guys coming out swinging hot in this first round. We'll see if both these fighters take a little bit more of a measured approach.
Real quick, I have to bring this to attention because I just seen it for the first time. Lester right now is wearing some Jordan 11s, but look at them swinging right now. They said they're going to cut off fast, and they are.
Chester with the fast hands coming in here. Lester giving it right back. Those Jordans are nice, though, I will say.
They are some nice Jordans, but I can't imagine boxing and having good movement in those. I didn't think Lester was going to start off this fast, man. But listen, he said he was a lot better. He had a great training camp, and he's showing it right now. I think he's pressing the tempo. We'll see if Chester can match it. Chester said he has a pro style, which is a lot slower pace than an amateur fight.
Chester has had 4 USA boxing bouts under his belt. We back him up here. We have the corner take a look. Maybe fix the headgear.
Okay.
So we see Lester in the corner here trying to hype the crowd up.
Yeah. He said he wanted to feel the crowd tonight, and he is.
Ooh, big right hand from Chester. Chester trying to feel him out. Big combination
Good
to the
body
body.
shots. Wow.
Massive
Wait,
combination.
go.
We'll say Lester has done a good job of withstanding some of those body shots.
Yeah.
Look at the head movement from Chester. I tell you what, man, we have some fast hands in the ring here for this middleweight fight.
What a great time of right hand. It seems like they've both been struggling with their headgear. I think Chester's starting to figure out it's Chester and Lester's confusing.
Yeah, I know.
Get a little tongue tie, but it looked like Chester's figured out his Lester's timing right now. Every time Lester's coming in to make his attack, Chester's timing perfectly with some good shots.
The first round of the middle.
No fighting in the VIP area. No fighting.
Welcome back to Fort Hood Fight Night on the CW and the KWTX app. Also, thank you for joining us so much on DVIDS. Royden Ogletree joined alongside by Darius Fulgham. Let's go now to the ring with Sergeant Major Lloyd Rhodes, who will have the introductions of our our heavyweight fight number 4 of the night between Caleb Figueroa and Anthony Trong. Or at least I thought so. Live television, folks.
How it happens sometimes, but man, I can really appreciate the contest that we're having on right now. They've all been great, action-packed. They've all been tough, close decisions. That one was Fort Hood. We got one coming up now. We got Hood versus Bliss again. I love kind of like the rivalry and the building for those matchups.
Yeah, it's been interesting here tonight to actually see this take place. Of course, the Fort Bliss fighters bussing in from El Paso, not getting a warm reception here at Fort Hood. Kind of playing on away turf. But you were mentioning before the broadcast that, you know, it's really interesting because now you don't have to worry about, if you're bussing in here from Fort Bliss, you don't have to worry about what my friends and coworkers think of me in the stands.
No, that's the hardest part about it, man. It alleviates so much pressure. So it's a gift and a curse. Just depends on the mentality of the fighter. Somebody who from Fort Hood, having to fight in front of Fort Hood, fight in front of their commander, their family, their kids. Very tough situation to deal with because tomorrow you're going to see them at work.
Now let's go ringside for the introduction of the fighters.
Fighting out of Fort Hood, Texas, PB2 Caleb Figueroa.
Caleb Figueroa fighting out of Fort Hood, one of the youngest fighters that we will have here tonight, 19 years old. Of course, a heavyweight fight, fighting at about 176, or fighting at 176.5 pounds. And man, does he have the energy of a 19-year-old.
I was just about to say that. You read my mind.
All right. Fighting with the red team, fighting out of Fort Bliss, Texas. Sergeant Anthony Trong.
Here we go, Sergeant Anthony Trong. Fighting out of your hometown, well, now your hometown, Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas in the building right here.
Of course, fighting out of Fort Bliss, but yeah, hails from Houston. Started boxing at 21 years old. So he started boxing at an older age than his current opponent is right now.
Look, he said he had 2 bouts at Fort Bliss, but he had a full camp for this fight. Excited to see what he brings. He says his jab, his left hook are his main weapons. One thing he said that interests me, he said that he cancels noise out easily. You hear the noise in the crowd tonight. We'll see how much this affects him in this fight tonight.
Said he got into boxing because of the movie Real Steel. You know that movie?
Yes, I do.
With Hugh Jackman?
Yes, I do. Hugh Jackman. Had a great ending. I actually love that.
And once again, fighting out of the blue corner, PB2 Caleb, the Iron Fist Figueroa. And fighting out of the red corner, Sergeant Anthony Patrick Trong.
So Trong, clearly the larger fighter here. He has a good 2-3 inches maybe even more than that on Figueroa.
We'll see how this comes out because Figueroa said he's a counterpuncher but plans to be aggressive in this fight. You probably want to see why. He probably wants to put his head in his chest, fight on the inside, and take away this guy's reach.
Touch gloves, and we're about to go to war here in the heavyweight fight.
Wow. Trong looks so long in there right now. And with the southpaw orthodox, he has to be careful about running into Trong's left hand. I'm sorry, his right hand.
Yeah, Trong clearly with the reach on Figueroa. Trong does have an interesting guard up here now.
Wow.
Big right hand lands.
This is a misconception for me. A lot of people feel like you have to have your hands up. We look at Trong right now, his hands aren't all the way up. But in my opinion, it makes things a lot more unpredictable. There's a good right hand.
Big
right
overhand right.
Punch is a little bit more unpredictable. Another great right hand.
Like you said, fighting out of that interesting guard, but he just went with that straight jab from the right.
And knowing this, it's just really important for Figueroa to be just very careful on his entrance. We got a southpaw orthodox matchup, and typically you want to get on the outside of his lead foot.
Big right hand from Trong.
Wow.
That will give him an 8 count.
I can see this now. I mean, that's a great weapon for Trong because he's disguising it very well. And Figueroa, being the shorter guy, has to get on the inside. So like I said, he has to be careful on his entrance coming in. Look, he's doing a great job with his feet right now to control the distance. Wow, great shots.
Big right hand from Trong lands right flush in the face of Figueroa, and that will get another 8 count. Figueroa is going to have to protect himself here. That's 2 8 counts in a row.
Yeah.
And that will do it. What a round from Anthony Trong. The second round of our heavyweight bout at Fort Hood Fight Night when we come back. Welcome back into Fort Hood Fight Night. We are in intermission here at Abrams Physical Fitness Center. We are joined now by Fort Hood Garrison Commander Colonel Mark McMillan. Colonel, we're in the middle of Fort Hood Fight Night right now. What are you seeing tonight? What does this event mean for Fort Hood?
So this is an awesome opportunity to spotlight a number of fighters from across the Fort Hood and Fort Bliss. It's a big event to bring them into Fort Hood and showcase their talents.
The energy here is incredible. When you hear this crowd, you know, what do you want soldiers and families to feel here at walking out of Abrams Physical Fitness
So
Center?
we love putting on events for our soldiers and their families. Our Directorate of Morale, Welfare, and Recreation put a lot into this event, and we think it's a special night for Fort Hood.
You know, the Fort Hood versus Fort Bliss, really interesting matchup that we have here. It brings some extra intensity, and it builds a friendly rivalry, I guess, if you will, with 3rd Armor Corps. You know, what do you make of this this setup that we have here?
Yeah, so it's brotherly love, and you know, sometimes brothers fight. And so tonight we got this combat sports going on, and it really is showcasing a lot of training that went into this event from both Fort Hood and Fort Bliss.
You know, maybe you can explain it for viewers tuning in here tonight. How does tonight's format work? We have, you know, 3 2-minute rounds, weight classes. How did all this come to be?
Yeah, so we do it like a traditional setup for a fight night, and we have different weight classes. The soldiers went out and they actually tried out for them, and we selected those who showed the most talent, and then we put them through a training program. Fort Bliss did something similar, and they sent their best. We picked our best, and that's where we are tonight.
They're active duty soldiers in the ring. What does it say about their discipline to not only balance their job that they're doing here on Fort Hood and Fort Bliss, but also to train for this?
Yeah, definitely discipline. It's commitment, because after work is when they have to do this training. Because during the day, they're in the motor pools or they're in the field and they're training to do their wartime mission. And then at night, they're doing their boxing training.
Could you have done something like this?
Back in my younger days, not anymore.
I'd still think that you could maybe hop in there and get after it. You know, the active duty, like we mentioned, safety goes first, but what goes into making an event like this safe and professionally run, from medical coverage to referees, so on?
Yeah, so our local hospital, we call it Credamcy, but it's the local military hospital, is providing us doctors who are on site. We also do risk assessments, and we use officially certified judges and referees in order to make sure that we're always safe in what we do.
You know, Fight Night is hosted by DFMWR. I mean, how do events like this strengthen morale and the quality of life for your soldiers here?
Yeah, you can definitely hear it behind us. Got almost 3,000 soldiers and families in here enjoying a night out at Fort Hood. It shows that Fort Hood is here to improve the quality of life of our soldiers and families.
You know, there's maybe soldiers watching from all over the world here, because this is being broadcast on DVIDS as well too. But you know, if they're thinking, well, I want to get involved with something like this, how do they go about doing that?
Yeah, so if they go to our Warrior Way Fitness Center and they go to the Fight House there, they can scan the QR code and email to our coaches and sign up.
You know, what's the right path to kind of, like you said, get involved, but what's the right path to like sort of train for something like that?
Yeah, so fitness is a big part of this. You got to be able to do your road work. You got to be able to get some running in, because even though they're only 2-minute bouts, it sure feels a lot longer when you're in the ring.
I know it does here. We got a professional fighter here too. You know, I mean, Darius, do you have a question about like how these fights have been going?
I don't have a question. I just have a deep appreciation for everything that has been going on here tonight, because I know what this feeling feels like, to be able to fight in front of your family or your friends, or even on the other side of Fort Bliss, to be able to fight against a competing base, and to just feel and experience this is just amazing to see. So I'm happy to even be here and be a part and witness this happen.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and for civilians that may want to attend future events, what should they know about trying to get on to Fort Hood?
Yeah, so we always love our Fort Hood, our greater Central Texas community, and we definitely have some local leaders from Killeen and Harker Heights in the house tonight, the mayors and city council members. So it really is a whole community event.
Yeah, it really is. It's sold out here. It's a big night here at Abrams Physical Fitness Center. But another thing that's happening, let's look ahead to the 4th coming up. Fort Hood supporting multiple Independence Days across Central Texas. Why is it important to show up for the community beyond the gates?
Yeah, so only about 30% of our soldiers and families live on Fort Hood. The rest, 70%, live out in the greater Central Texas community. So it's good to maintain that connection with our local communities. and bring them on and show them that Fort Hood is about quality of life.
And so July 10th is the big one. Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band are coming on for a concert, fireworks at the Sadowski Field. What can families expect from that night?
Yeah, so it's going to be a celebration of America's 250th birthday. We're going to have Lieutenant Dan Band here. It's July 10th. They're going to be on Sadowski Field, and they'll be able to come out. They'll have a festival atmosphere. There'll be food trucks. There'll be games, and there'll be a nice concert. And then afterward, we'll have about 20 minutes of a great fireworks show.
Now a big fan of Forrest Gump?
Yeah, definitely a big fan of Forrest Gump.
One of my favorite movies, I will say. But what tonight, to close, what's your message for the soldiers in the ring tonight and to the families and the community cheering on these guys?
Yeah, so boxing showcases commitment, it showcases dedication, and it showcases overcoming your fear. And that's a big part of being a soldier.
Yes, sir. Well, Colonel Mark McMillan, Garrison Commander, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for helping put on such a wonderful event and letting us broadcast it.
Yeah, I really appreciate you guys highlighting what we're doing here.
All right. That is Colonel Mark McMillan. We will have more Fort Hood Fight Night. Welcome back into a ruckus Abrams Physical Fitness Center on Fort Hood for the 4th fight night. Roy Ogletree joined alongside by Darius Foljam. And Darius, we had some great fights to start us off, 4 great fights to start us off. What do you make of the guys that came out?
Listen, for anybody watching the broadcast, I don't think you can really understand watching from home that you have to be here. Every Fort Hood fight night, you have to be here. You can see what's going on right now. The energy is crazy. They're just throwing around so much stuff, and the fights are electric. I'm not sure if it's translating at home on just the impact of these shots, the impact of the feeling of, after this last fight, I can see the pure raw emotion from the guy that just won. When I just seen Figueroa come over holding his belt after just winning that close competitive fight, man, it made me feel all the emotions inside of it too. I mean, this is a special night.
Yeah, I would have to say, just objectively, maybe the best fight of the night was the last fight that we just had, the heavyweight bout between Caleb Figueroa and Anthony Trong. Trong comes out really hot, lands some straight jabs, but somehow Figueroa withstands and earns the belt. 19 years old, earns that belt. I mean, you mentioned the emotion, like winning this in front of your friends and family. What does that have to do with?
Listen, I speak personally for myself. I know how important my family and friends are to my journey and success, that they get to be a part of it and see it. So not only that, just at a competition like boxing, where it is man versus man, it is only you in there against another man. There's nothing more kind of barbaric than that. And so to come from behind and have a close split decision win like that in front of your family, nothing more emotional than that. I can't name anything better feeling.
As far as the boxing goes here tonight, I will say we did this back in December. There was some a little bit of back and forth in the ring, a lot of lockups, a lot of tie-ups into the ropes. Tonight, a little bit more precision, a little more shots landing than the last fight that we had. What do you make of the actual boxing going on here?
The boxing seems like the fighters have all improved, right? And we're only 4 fights in. And I'm excited to see the rest of the fights and how well their boxing looks as well. Like, I can tell these fighters have been improving. Look, when you're throwing an event like this, you want to look good. You want to be able to show out in front of your fans and your family. And so I can tell these guys have put in so much work and effort to get to this point and to be able to showcase their talents tonight. So, like I said, I'm blown away and I'm amazed.
Of course, let's give you the rundown here of tonight of what happened. Diego Juarez from Fort Hood comes out, beats specialist David Haynes in the super heavyweight fight, the first fight of the night. Then Andreas Garcia gets our first Fort Bliss win of the night after he defeats Cameron Gross. Chester Plummer in a great fight between he and Lester Sagastume come out throwing blows, throwing precision shots. Chester Plummer gets the win in the middleweight, and Caleb Figueroa, as you just saw before we went to break and had our interview with Colonel Mark McMillan, Caleb Figueroa, the 19-year-old, comes out and stuns Anthony Strong, withstanding some really big shots early on in the first round. He wins that belt, and here we are, 4 fights down, 4 fights to go. One more time before we go out, what do you expect coming up?
Well, real quick to backtrack on that, the thing that I've appreciated the most about these fights is the fact that they haven't been lopsided. They've been completely competitive, and you can see so many adjustments that be made in the midst of the fire. And somebody having to make adjustments, the momentum changes, where somebody's controlling around, then the other person is, then the other person is. So it's been kind of like a volley of back and forth. And so I'm excited. I'm hoping to see the exact same thing in the next 4 fights because that's been the most entertaining part for me.
We will see more blows thrown here on Fort Hood Fight Night from the Abrams Physical Fitness Center. 4 more fights and 2 co-main events when we come back here on the CW.
To make events like this happen for you and for the Fort Hood community. So we just want to take a minute to say some thank yous to our team, to our volunteers, to our sponsors. So first I want to say welcome to our Fort Bliss family.
Welcome back into Fort Hood Fight Night, the 4th Fort Hood Fight Night on Abrams Physical Fitness Center here on Fort Hood. How many times can I say Fort Hood? We'll see how many times I can get it in there tonight. Coming up here in just a few minutes, we will have our first women's bout of the night, the women's welterweight matchup between Jaslyn Velasquez and Marissa Tate, both from Fort Hood. The welterweight event 141 versus 130. So we have some thank yous going around the ring right now. What do you make? What do you think we'll see from our first women's fight of the night?
I don't think people also really understand female fights are some of my favorite because they're honestly some of the most action-packed fights. A lot of women fights that I watch have just been completely relentless where there's non-stop punching. So honestly, that's my expectation to see.
Well, we were able to hear a celebration of Darius Folger.
Well, I kind of missed it. I'm clapping though. Oh, there's my guy.
A little bit more applause for you. But that's fine. The clean native, the actual professional boxer. I'm just surprised I got both of our names right.
Right.
So we had an opportunity to talk, I believe, yesterday with Jaslyn Velasquez. Marissa Tate did not stick around for our pre-fight interview, but an anime fan like yourself.
Come on now. You know, I love me an anime fan.
K-pop Demon Hunter is a favorite movie. That just came out. How's that? Anyway, this will be interesting. This is another Fort Hood versus Fort Hood matchup. Marissa Tate will go over this here in a little bit. Marissa Tate started boxing at 12 years old. Jaslyn Velasquez started boxing at 24 years old. She is 25.
She said she's been boxing for 1 year. She had one fight, was kind of just thrown into it, but this time she had a full 2-month training camp.
When you look around here, I mean, you grew up in Queen. Grew up at, went to Ellison High School.
Yep.
You know, not quite in the shadow of Fort Hood, but very close. I mean, when you look around and you see all these people here, what does this, mean to you when you get to come home and see an event like this?
This means a lot to me because I never got to really see this growing up, honestly, I started boxing a little bit later and stuff, but I know how important support is. And to be able to see it at this level and for these fighters and these fans to come out together for this event, I think it's really special.
Sorry, we had our ringside announcer trying to tell me something there, but no, I tend to agree when you get to see events like this go around, and I would like to see something like this kind of go to more places in Central Texas. Of course, you don't have the setup like you do here on Fort Hood, people willing to kind of box as well. But we will see here if we can kind of get started here on Fort Hood Fight Night. Let's see here.
Don't forget about the third hardcore and Central Texas Freedom Ball 2026 on July 2nd from 5 to 11 p.m.
We have some more announcements going on around happenings around Fort Hood.
Save the date because on 10 July, right here on Sadowski Field, we'll be welcoming Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band.
As you heard there, as we mentioned in our interview with Colonel Mark McMillan, that the Lieutenant Dan Band will be here. Of course, Gary Sinise of many things, but notably of Forrest Gump fame. Now here's the real question. Have you seen Forrest Gump?
So check this out. I have actually seen Forrest Gump, and y'all were saying earlier that she loved the movie. I'm like, it didn't really do it for me.
It didn't do it for you?
Yeah, it didn't do it for me. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie to you and say it did when it did.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it did. It did.
Breaking my heart right now, man.
But I feel like it does have a lot of lines that are so quotable. Yeah. I watched it a lot later in my life, though. I didn't.
See, I watched it when I was like 9 years old. That's the problem. Probably shouldn't have watched it when I was 9 years old, but nevertheless. Let's go ringside now to Sergeant Major Lloyd Rhodes, maybe get this started yet again.
4 shirts left over here. 4 shirts left. So let's see who can get loud. Who wants a shirt? Who wants a shirt?
Nothing like a free T-shirt on Fort Hood Fight Night to get the crowd going.
All right, before we bring in the next fight, so go ahead and settle in your seats. Settle in your seats. Hey, before I want to announce a special guest we have out here tonight. He is the son of a boxing Hall of Famer, son of Macho Camacho. All right, he is a professional boxer. He's a 4-time WBC world title champion with a total record of 59-7. And I present to you Hector Camacho Jr.
Hector Camacho Jr. in the seats here tonight in the VIP section.
Yeah, look like he still got it. Look like he still got it.
You think y'all lace him up, get in there tonight?
You know, for the fans, we'll do it. If the fans want it, we will do it.
Darius is being kind. He had a fight here in May, so I don't think he's wanting to square up right now.
You know they say stay ready so you ain't got to get ready.
Right. That's what I said before my last fight, you know?
Yeah, right.
Hey, y'all got to stick around. I'm going to tell you what, these last 4 fights are going to bring some fireworks. So I need y'all to get loud when these soldiers come out. I need y'all to get loud. They're going to bring some fireworks.
And you could fill this room with what I don't know about boxing history, which is unfortunate because I am calling a boxing match. But yeah, we're looking at Hector Camacho Jr., 67 fights, 58 wins, 32 wins by knockout, only 7 losses. What a career.
Yeah. It's crazy. You don't see fighters like that fighting. Besides Canelo may be the only one that has that many fights now left.
Right.
Back at that time, people were fighting every other month. Okay.
Wesley Velasquez. Got a little swag coming out here.
I'm telling you, you gotta appreciate the swag like this, man. It's a once-in-a-lifetime moment.
Wesley Velasquez hailing from the Philippines. 24 years, started boxing at 24 years old, so she's only been boxing for about a year.
Yeah.
But she had a 2-month fight camp for this bout.
That's the thing that's going to make the world of a difference. She said her first fight, she didn't have any prep time. She kind of just got thrown in there. But this time she got to properly train and get ready for her opponent tonight. So, we're curious. I mean, she looks very confident. Her ring walk told me everything I need to know, that she's feeling the moment.
And fighting with the red team, fighting out of Fort Hood, Texas, Private First Class, Marissa Tate.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Wow.
What an entrance.
Wow. Love that.
Marissa
Love
Tate.
that.
The 34-year-old started boxing at 12 years old, about probably the age of, I believe, her kids there, walking out with her.
Ain't no better feeling than have your family with you during moments like this.
Said she reconnected with boxing after arriving at Fort Hood when a fellow boxer invited her to a training session. She began training at an old school boxing club in her hometown and always knew she wanted to continue the sport. Tonight, she gets to do so against a fellow soldier at Fort Hood.
Curious to see how this fight goes. Seems like she has a wealth of experience. She's been doing this since she was young. Seems like there's a notable height difference here. So it's always just important to see how she's going to attack that. She had to get inside and really close the distance, and Ashley obviously needs to keep her range. Stick it with the jab, keep moving, keep at the end of her punches.
Notable height difference, notable weight difference. Velasquez weighing in at 141 pounds. Marissa Tate coming in at 130 pounds.
Corner, Sergeant Jashley Blazin BB Velasquez. And fighting out of the red corner, Private First Class Marissa Buttercup Tate.
Also a notable age difference here in this fight. Velasquez coming in at 25 years old. Marissa Tate 34 years old in this fight.
Youth versus experience. This height difference is extremely notable. I love seeing matchups like this because you got to see what somebody's capable of doing against the odds like this. Can Marissa Tate close the distance and assert her will against Velasquez? We will find out.
The second half of Fort Hood Fight Night coming up. Velasquez versus Tate. Let's go to work.
Actually, Tate, that was a good jab by Tate coming in.
Again, like we've seen in a few of these fights, Tate trying to work inside. Nice overhand right. Again, Velasquez the distinct reach advantage. Tate's got to get her head up.
Velasquez did a good job by letting her hands go. Tate just has to, same thing we said earlier. She has to come in a different angle. She has to be creative coming inside. And Velasquez did what she was supposed to do. And when she got there was to let her hands go and back her off.
What do you believe the height difference is here? Maybe 5 inches here?
It's got to be at least something like that. Wow, great shot. Yeah, this is what Tate, I just love to see a little bit more feint. Just like I said, being creative coming on the inside. Oh, great shot. That was a good feint right there. She feinted up, jab right down.
What does the feint do? Nice overhand right from Velasquez.
The feint, feint can do a lot of different things. It can kind of occupy the other person's mind. It can kind of trick them thinking you're going one place, but you're, oh, wow, great right hand.
Right. Velasquez right back.
Just understand the feint, you want to disguise your intentions. Never want to let your opponent guess your next move. Wow, great shot.
Big right hand for Velasquez. Ten seconds left to go here in this welterweight fight. That will do it for round one between Jashley Velasquez and Marissa Tate in our welterweight fight. More Fort Hood Fight Night when we return. Welcome back in to Fort Hood Fight Night on the CW and KWTX app. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you're joining us from. If you're joining us on DVIDS, thank you so much for joining us there. Roy Nobletree alongside Darius Fulton. Darius, we have a cruiserweight bout between Morello Stafford and Justin Werner coming up.
Yeah, this was going to be an interesting contest because both of them kind of said they had similar kind of backgrounds. They were both doing, well, we had Werner doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and kickboxing for 17 years, but now been boxing now for 8 weeks. But he has a combat experience nonetheless. And the same for Stafford. Started fighting 11 years ago doing Muay Thai kickboxing, and then 4 years ago switched to boxing. So I'm curious on what we're going to see tonight. You know, we got a pure boxing contest. They both have mixed martial arts background, but now we got pure boxing. What are we going to get?
We will see coming up. Let's get the introductions for the fighters.
These two fighters coming up next. One says he swings a big stick. The other one says he puts people to sleep. I'm not going to tell you which one said what, but they're already talking trash. They've been talking trash all week long. So be prepared for probably the best fight of the night.
Best fight of the night.
Be prepared. So if you're back there getting a drink, or you're back there getting some popcorn, all right, here we go. Fighting with the blue team, fighting out of Fort Hood, Texas, Staff Sergeant Ruel Stafford. All right, where's our 48th kill, Matt? Where they at? Where's that 48th kill?
Ruel Stafford out of Riverdale, Georgia. Started fighting 11 years ago, but like you mentioned, he started in kickboxing, Muay Thai. Both these fighters with Muay Thai experience. He's had 2 true kickboxing competitions. One boxing was here at Fight Night. He says he's a pressure fighter. He likes to stay inside.
Usually pressure fighters make for good fights.
You'll love this, says he was inspired to begin boxing through his love of anime.
Anime is the best, man. I wish I got to talk to Stafford a little bit more about his anime love.
Said his worst and most memorable ring moment is losing.
I can relate to that.
All right, fighting with the red team.
It's a terrible experience.
Fighting out of Fort Bliss, Texas.
Here come the moves.
I present to you Sergeant First Class Justin Werner.
There you go, Justin Werner. I actually really enjoyed talking to Werner during the pre-fight meeting we had.
He was a character, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a character. I liked his energy. So, honestly, out of him the most, I'm expecting a great fight, honestly.
Justin Werner, Sergeant First Class. He's also military police. Also experienced in Muay Thai, kickboxing. He had no camp for his first ever fight because he said his first fight was basically just in his installation. And I won't repeat what he said, but he said his installation basically called him out and got him to fight.
Right. That's a very PG way of putting it.
We are a family company here at KWTX.
Yeah. Werner said his style is more of a brawler, but it's just very interesting. Being a kickboxer, the range is so different. So I'm curious on how the range is going to look for him in this fight. But if both of these guys plan to be a brawler pressure type fight, we may just get a slugfest.
Ruel, the big Stafford. And fighting out of the red corner, Sergeant First Class Justin, the NyQuil Werner.
NyQuil. He's going to put him to sleep. Listen, the NyQuil
Got a
Werner.
little laughs from our walkthrough yesterday. Said NyQuil. NyQuil? Said, yeah, because I put him to sleep.
NyQuil to put him to sleep.
Our cruiserweight event coming up in just a moment.
See if Stafford has an antidote for that. Stafford came out with a good jab. But they are already chest to chest already.
Brawling is right. Werner getting in there. Stafford leading with that left jab.
Stafford is jab heavy right now. I like the jab, but we got to make sure the jab is still controlled with his feet as well.
Right now, Werner a little bit more light on his feet. Body shot lands for Stafford.
Stafford's throwing kind of like a pawing jab out there, right? And it can easily be set up with the pawing, and then a solid right, straight right, or overhand right over top. That in his way is another feint that he can throw. The option is there, but right now he's establishing a great jab. There it is.
Trying to throw that feint.
Yep. Because that jab right there is going to kind of like lull somebody to sleep. He's not throwing it hard enough to really be a big threat, but it can be there to set something up bigger afterwards.
In a fight like this, you mentioned how the judges are scoring it. Aren't you just trying to land points maybe early on in this fight?
That's what you want to do.
I mean, that's what you want to do in any fight, but I imagine like trying to get as many shots in as possible.
Right. Especially with just a limited amount of time, you know.
Big left hand from Werner. Werner landing that straight left. So we hear some jabs of where's the NyQuil at.
That's funny. We got a good little hecklers in the audience.
10 seconds left to go in this first round. The cruiserweight. Nice combination from Werner. That will do it for our cruiserweight event. Rose Stafford and Justin Werner. Round 2 coming up when we return.
It's the surrounding communities that support our installation and soldiers and families. And I'm happy to
welcome back into Fort Hood Fight Night on Fort Hood, on base at Fort Hood. We have our co-main events coming up, the super heavyweight bout, the first being between Alex Brown and Andreas Colmenero. And Darius, these may be our two most experienced fighters here on the night.
Yeah, absolutely, and experience is key. And I really hope that they can demonstrate and showcase their experience tonight. I mean, against each other. We got two high-class guys with a great background, so it should be made for an entertaining fight.
Get the introductions of both these fighters in just a minute, but the two most experienced fighters on the night, maybe two of our youngest. We have a 21-year-old and Alex Brown going up against a 19-year-old and Andreas Colmenero.
Look, it's co-main event time. We need the energy for this. Yep, there we go, because this energy is going to bring the best out of a fighter.
Yep, number three's got it. How about number 4?
It feeds in so much. Sometimes guys can say they can block it out, but it's honestly very hard to do so. You're hearing a lot of murmurs, you're hearing a lot of boos, woos, cheers, whatever it may be, and it has unconsciously can have an effect on any fighter, no matter what anybody says. The real trick is how can you respond to that sort of adversity when you're got the crowd for you and got the crowd against you.
There's gonna be some fireworks. Here we go. Fighting out of the blue team, fighting out of Fort Hood, Texas, for your co-main event tonight. Sir, first class, Roberto.
Oh, I forgot to switch these up.
They did switch these up. We've been talking about our apologies. I switched these up at the last minute. You mentioned you were talking to
I wasn't sure if they were going to switch them up or not. We got Roberto Carrasco, one of the craziest stories that you can hear about, a true warrior coming in. This is probably his last fight night.
He said it's his last fight. See if we can get this out here in just a minute. Maybe a little confusion. There we go. So my apologies. They switched these main events. Roberto Carrasco fighting Derek Jackson. As Carrasco, one of the best, one of the most entertaining guys that we have here tonight.
Come on now, look at this. How can you not be entertained?
We got the luchador mask coming in.
How can you not be entertained?
Carrasco, go ahead.
No, I was thinking appreciate too, because he has a deep-rooted appreciation for the sport of boxing. And an impressive story. Probably one of the oldest guys fighting tonight, and ready to give it all in the ring.
In fact, he will be the oldest man fighting here tonight. 39 years old when he will step into the ring here at Fort Hood Fight Night. And I don't know if this is apocryphal or not, but he is retiring very, very soon.
Man, huge congratulations to him. He deserves it. He earned it. Hope he can sit back and enjoy his retirement. I gotta give props. That is a really dope mask. I like it.
You gotta ask him where he bought it.
I'm a fan of it. It's a good idea. I may take that and rock that for my next fight.
When you walk out, you're gonna wear the luchador
Look at
mask?
just like this. I mean, he's killing it.
How can he see to get into the ring? He can. All right.
How much can you see in that mask? I wonder.
A good question.
It kind of looks like a Black Venom Spider-Man mask at first.
I was gonna say Black Panther, but you may be correct. Roberto Carrasco from Plano, Illinois. Going to retire here, but his first started competitively fighting at 15 years old.
Fighting out of Fort Bliss, Texas.
Here comes the boom.
Specialist Derek Jackson.
obviously we spoke to Derek Jackson. He is the most experienced fighter on this card. Has legitimate amateur and pro experience. Been fighting since he was 5 years old. Over 100 amateur fights, 11 professional fights. Talking to him in the fighter meeting, he was extremely confident in himself and his ability. So,
Derek the Diesel Jackson from Orlando, Florida. A huge age discrepancy here in the ring. You mentioned the experience, but Carrasco, 39 years old. Derek Jackson, 24 years old, from Orlando, Florida, like I mentioned. Started fighting at 5 years old. Also has experience in karate, kickboxing. Like you said, been fighting since he was 5 years old. Only been in the Army for about 2 years. But he has fought internationally, like you mentioned.
Look, experience is key. We got a guy that has a wealth of experience. You expect to see great performance from him. He said he's an entertainer first over being an athlete. Plans to entertain the crowd tonight. Said the crowd will be entertained.
So our apologies, but it is the co-main event. Roberto Carrasco versus Derek Jackson, a heavyweight fight. We will have the super heavyweight fight to end out the night. So we should see some fireworks here in the ring in just a moment.
So first class, Bobby Banders Carrasco! And fighting out of the red corner, Specialist Derek the Diesel Jackson!
Crowd is just impressive tonight.
So Roberto Carrasco, one of the more interesting stories, does have a Purple Heart from injury he sustained in combat. We talked about it in our last fight. An incredible story.
Carrasco, a lot of heart, true warrior. Derek Jackson, a vet, an experienced fighter. And Carrasco said he asked for this. He said he wanted for his final fight to be against a tough opponent, incredible tough opponent. He said he got more than what he asked for.
Is a, we'll try to fix up our gloves here.
I didn't take the gloves together.
That's the Fort Hood crowd.
The crowd getting a little uneasy. They ready to root against anybody.
It's the Fort Hood crowd giving it their all here to the visiting soldiers from Fort Bliss. Here we go, the co-main event, the heavyweight fight, Roberto Carrasco and Derek Jackson. Derek Jackson with some heavy punches, really fast hands.
You can tell slick, you can tell he's experienced. You also tell Carrasco has a lot of heart.
Wow, big left hand from Jackson. We do a little rope-a-dope here. Man, uppercut. Look at the feet on Jackson. You may not be able to see it on your screen, but pay attention to how quick his feet are moving.
Good check hook. So Carrasco's trying to do his best to stay in his chest. It's hard, man. Jackson, very experienced, has some great movement.
Quick break there from the referee. Big uppercut from Jackson, lands flush. The uppercut in the roundhouse.
Jab to the body by Jackson. He's got to be careful. Yeah, I'm about to say, he's got to be careful. That always sets up a big overhand right.
Jackson perfectly comfortable in this corner. Look at the head movement. And he's smiling at him too when he's dancing around the ring. Carrasco still coming forward, has him in the corner. Jackson just shrugging it off, moving that head incredibly well. Carrasco not able to land that many punches. What a start to the co-main event. Roberto Carrasco versus Derek Jackson, the second round when we come back. Welcome back into Fort Hood Fight Night, the final event of the night, the co-main event. Alex Brown, this time we'll get it right. Alex Brown versus Andreas Colmenero, the super heavyweight fight. Again, two of our most experienced boxers rounding out what has been a great night here on Fort Hood.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that all the hype that's been building up to this main event, can the main event live up to everything that we've witnessed so far? It's been a great night of fights, and can the main event be better?
You know, I'd venture to say yes, because again, not only two of our most experienced fighters, two of our youngest fighters, 19 versus 21 years old, they should come out with a lot of energy.
Yep.
I'd be interested to see how that plays into these shorter rounds, these quicker bursts that we've been seeing all night. But it has been a great night all around here at Fort Hood, and honestly, I think we're going to end with a flurry here.
Yeah, this is good. This is a good bout. This matchup looks like it's going to end it with a bang. See them bring these guys out.
Specialist Alex Brown versus Private First Class Andreas Colmenero.
All right, here, number one again, number one. And here, number two. All right, number three, where you at? Where's my honey badgers at? And number four. All right, here we go. Fighting from the blue team, fighting out of Fort Hood, Texas. Specialist Alex Brown.
We got specialist Alex Brown coming in from Florida. Got a couple of good fights, man. He had take about 10 fights, 2-1 in the Golden Gloves, and boxing since he was 13. He's got some good experience on the side, and he's got great size.
This is a big fight here. 222 pounds for Alex Brown versus 207 pounds for Andreas Colmenero. We'll talk about that Colmenero here in a little bit. You mentioned Golden Gloves. Alex Brown, Golden Gloves, 2-1. 1-1 in fight night, actually. Says his favorite part of fighting is winning.
That is what I can't say the best part about it. No other feeling like coming in, fighting another man one-on-one, and coming out victorious. Get your hand raised.
And this is interesting. We've seen a lot of folks here tonight when you ask about participating in other sports. Boxing's all he's done.
Yeah.
Fort Bliss, Texas. Private First Class Andreas Colmenero.
Andreas Colmenero, 19 years old, has been fighting since he was 7. Again, one of our most experienced fighters here is one of our youngest. The Silver Gloves winner has beat the #2 ranked boxer in Silver Gloves. A really interesting matchup that we have here tonight.
Yeah, you can tell his experience. Winning National Silver Gloves is no joke. I'm curious to see on his style tonight, man. He says he's a distance fighter, but in this fight plans to fight shorter. Plans to put pressure, but is ready to adapt to any style he needs to win.
He says he's normally not 198 plus. He normally fights, what did he say, like 175?
Yep.
Right now,
Right
now, but he's fighting at 207, so says the Army's put some weight on him.
And fighting out of the red corner, Private First Class Andreas Colmenero.
The main event, super heavyweight. Alex Brown, Andreas Colmenero, the final fight of Fort Hood Fight Night.
We already tell we got another orthodox southpaw matchup.
Here we go.
Colmenero coming out southpaw. Ray starts with his jab.
Oh, we have a little bit of a...
They call it a slip. It seems like it's a push. I think it's a good call by the ref. Right now, it does appear that Colmenero does have kind of like an amateur style. He's very light, bouncing on his feet.
Right hand by Brown misses. Trying to fix our headgear.
Headgear's been a problem for a lot of fighters tonight.
Go. Colmenero is raring to get in there. He's really trying to work inside of here on Brown. Set up that jab.
Right now, Brown's really showing a really great jab.
Trying to fight from the clinch here. Colmenero really landing from the clinch.
He's doing a good job of being a little slick and throwing punches from different angles. Harder to read, harder to predict, harder to stop. He's landing some good shots against Brown.
Trying to force him into the ropes. Brown keeping his guard up, but a nice left hand uppercut lands by Colmenero.
That definitely seemed like it stunned him a little bit.
Both fighters trying to feel each other out right here. Middle of this round, or into this round. 10 seconds left. Colmenero comes charging in.
Wow.
And that will do it for the first round here of the main event. Super heavyweight Alex Brown versus Andreas Colmenero. We're going to stay right here for Fort Hood Fight Night. That's right, no more commercial breaks for us here on Fort Hood Fight Night. Darius, what do you make of that first round?
So the most important thing about the first round is Colmenero is doing exactly what he said he wanted to do. He said he's a distant fighter, but he plans to fight a little bit shorter. Right now he's hopping, and he's trying to time his entrance. He's doing a good job doing that, and he's closing the gap and being a lot more offensive, letting his hands go, and is being very effective against Brown right now. If I was Brown, what I would recommend is keep busy with the jab. And he's having a, we got Colmenero that's trying to attack and jam inside and let his hands go. Time him with the jab, let your right hand go on his entrance coming in. I think it'll be the most effective method for Brown to get this victory. And control him on the jab the entire time through.
We don't have a replay, but the biggest punch did come from Colmenero on that massive uppercut that he landed on the ropes here towards the end of the first round.
Brown has a great jab. He can keep him at bay and time him on his entrance. Those are the moments right there. You got to catch him while he's coming inside because he's having to take a leap inside to be effective and let his hands go. Colmenero's doing a great job doing that. He's being very successful. So Colmenero just keep doing what he's doing. Make him uncomfortable.
Colmenero the southpaw. Alex Brown the orthodox. Alex Brown with a distinct weight advantage.
Probably the other strategy for Brown could be to start really using his weight advantage and applying a lot of weight on him and having Colmenero have to carry that. But it being only a 3-round contest, it's not going to pay his dividends enough in time.
Colmenero rather dances out of the way. Huge left hand roundhouse misses. I'm going to break these fighters up a few times already. Colmenero really leaning in there, leading with that left hand. Shots to the body landing in the clinch from Brown. Referee telling him to keep his head up.
They gotta work on the inside. Colmenero did a good job of throwing some shots there. Yep, and moving right outside the corner, put himself in a better position.
But it did seem like it was a little low. It really caught Colmenero. Referee telling him to keep it up. He is staggered here a little bit.
Us as fighters, we wear a cup, but that still doesn't mean it don't hurt. Extremely painful shot.
See how this affects the door forward. Colmenero coming out swinging.
Wow.
Now we got a fight. Colmenero, Brown going after each other. When a shot lands there after the bell, they tap each other up, and here we go. The second round comes to an end. The final round of Fort Hood Fight Night coming up. Darius, I think he maybe took that shot maybe a little bit personally there at the end.
I think a little bit so, because I'm going to tell you those low blows are not, they're illegal for a reason.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. Yeah,
illegal in all combat sports.
Yeah, they're not too friendly of a shot. AC Colmenero really put the pressure right after that to close the round off strong for him.
I'm not sure now, but we'll see if we're heading towards another split decision. We've had a couple of these go both Fort Hood. I think both Fort Hood and Fort Bliss have split some split decisions, if you will. So we'll see how this goes. Too close to tell for me. But again, I'm not the boxing expert. The final round of Fort Hood Fight Night coming up. Let's go to work. Brown landing some big shots. Colmenero giving it right back. Both fighters fighting from the clinch here, landing some body shots. Big uppercut from Colmenero. Brown trying to work him into the corner.
And that looked like he landed a pretty good body shot, Brown did against Colmenero. Body language telling the Colmenero seems like he's slowing down just a tad bit. If Brown has the gas tank, now is the time to start pressing. You have a minute and a half left. This is your final round. Both guys, you got to give it all you got to be victorious.
I'll tell you this much, just looking at these fighters, Alex Brown looks like a tank.
Yeah, he does. Good sneaky body shots on the inside by Colmenero.
Ooh, just missed with the body shot from Brown.
Good shots by Colmenero right there. Really tried to throw a little sneaky uppercut. Right now, Colmenero has the lead hand free. If I was Colmenero, I definitely got to take advantage of that. A little sneaky body shots on the inside. But if you got your free hand, use it.
It's interesting from Colmenero. Like you said, he's fighting maybe 30 pounds heavier than he normally would fight.
Yeah. Wow. Heavy shots being landed by both guys.
Both fighters maybe a little bit tired. Colmenero here, I think, is a little gassed.
A little sneaky body shot by Brown on the inside. What's going to happen right now? We got the last 10 seconds of the contest.
As you called it, the last 10 seconds of Fort Hood Fight Night. Here we go. Both fighters coming out swinging, giving these people a show.
Shots right there being landed in the end of the contest.
That will do it for the fights here at Fort Hood Fight Night. The main event, super heavyweight, Alex Brown versus Andreas Colmenero. We'll get the results here in just a minute. But what a way to end it here at the 4th Fort Hood Fight Night.
Great contest, man. Main event lived up to the hype, and these are great contests by two warriors. Some heavy shots landed.
We'll get a wrap up in just a minute, but all in all, what have you made of tonight?
Tonight was a great experience. I really enjoyed it because, again, the energy here was crazy. You could tell these guys came in here, they trained extremely hard for this contest. They gave it all they had to represent their respective base. And come on now, no greater feeling than winning a fight. So I know these guys gave it all they got, so it was a joy and pleasure to see all the emotions that came with it.
And folks, he knows what he's talking about. This is a man that has won 15 professional fights, so he knows what he's talking about when it
feels
comes
good.
to winning.
It feels good. It feels good. It feels good, especially when you got your friends and family right there watching.
Too close to tell, but do you have a favorite fight? I mean, we'll get the results of this one here in a minute. Do you have one that stands out in your mind so far?
Favorite fight out of the 8 contests? Man, very tough on the call. They've all been really good. I feel like I had to go Caleb Figueroa and Anthony Trone for my favorite contest tonight. That would be a fight of the night for me.
They were really landing some blows in that fight through every round.
Let's see what we got here. Let's see who won this contest.
All right,
Final
the
results
scorecard is in.
coming up.
The scorecard is in. And by split decision, Private First Class Andres Caminero.
So Fort Bliss takes the final fight of the night. We'll try to get the results for you here in just a second. Andres Colmenero, the 19-year-old, wins. So I have it right now. 2, 3. Sorry, doing some live accounting here. So far, between the bouts between Fort Hood and Fort Bliss, it looks like that Fort Hood won the match tonight 4-3. Of course, we had Fort Hood versus Fort Hood in a couple of fights. Or they might have tied, actually. Let me do some live accounting here.
Let's do it one more time.
Diego Juarez won the first bout in the heavyweight for Fort Hood. Andreas Garcia won the second bout for Fort Bliss.
Chester Plummer, that
was that's Fort Hood, Fort Hood. Then we have Caleb Figueroa, one for Fort Hood. That's 2 to Fort Hood. Then we have Marissa Tate, and that was Jelaski Vasquez was Fort Hood. Raul Stafford wins for Fort Hood. That makes it 3. And then the final 2 fights of the night, the main event, go to Fort Bliss. So we do end up with a tie here tonight in the Royal Rumble here between Fort Hood and Fort Bliss. What a way to finish here on the 4th Fort Hood fight night. What a night. Darius, your final thoughts on the night.
Man, great contest. I really enjoyed it tonight. I hope all the fans that tuned in enjoyed it. And I know for sure all the fans that made it in attendance tonight had a great time.
For Darius Fulgham, I'm Royden Ogletree. Thank you so much for joining us on the 4th fight night for Fort Hood. To all the folks serving at home and abroad, we thank you so much for your service, and we hope that you tune in to another Fort Hood fight night very soon. Again, for Darius Fulgham, I'm Royden Ogletree. Thank you so much for watching on KWTX.